All right, good afternoon. Welcome to today's this is business law. So this is what we are going to cover today, and we are starting with Unit 1, and then we'll take it from there. So in terms of this module, we All right, good afternoon. Welcome to today's this is business law. So this is what we are going to cover today, and we are starting with Unit 1, and then we'll take it from there. So in terms of this module, we have on the board there, that's the course description. In terms of the course description for this module, so this course, it generally explores the legal environment in which business operates. So basically, as we are studying this course, we are there to understand the legal environment in which the various businesses operate. Because if you are quite aware that if you are operating a business, businesses do not operate in a vacuum. Businesses operate in a system, operate in a legal environment, operate in a political environment. There are so many environments in which businesses operate. And one of the environments that is very key for the sustainability and for the profitability of any business is the legal environment. Because the legal environment is very key. If a business operates within the boundaries of the legal environment, then that business will survive. But if that business operates outside the boundary of the legal environment, then that business will end up facing the repercussions from the law enforcers. So it is quite important for business operators to understand the environment, the legal environment in which businesses operate. So that's the course objective. And in terms of the units, the first unit we are going to look at introducing the concept of law. So we'll look at the introduction and the meaning of law. Then we'll go further to look at the law of contract. So we are looking at what are the laws that generally govern our contracts in business. We also look at essentials of a valid contract. We look at quasi-contract, discharge of contract, but also what are the remedies that can be there if a contract is breached. So these are the elements that we are going to cover in our Unit 1. Unit 2, Unit 2, we are going to look at contracts of indemnity, guarantee, bailment, pledge and agency, consideration, capacity, mistakes, misrepresentation. That's what we are going to look in Unit 2. And we go to Unit 3, we are going to look all those things that are there, sale of goods. We look at issues of conditions and warranties, transfer of property. We also look at rights of unpaid seller and all that is there up to dishonor of a check, crossing of a check, and negotiation by endorsement. That's what Unit 3 is composed of. Unit 4, then we are going to look at the Companies Act, because that's the act that guides the operations of companies. So we'll look at the Companies Act. We'll also look at the essential characteristics of a company, types of companies. We'll look at memorandum of association, articles of association, kind of shares, and all that up to the meetings and the resolutions that basically companies do hold. That's Unit 4. And then Unit 5, we are now going to look into the management aspects, whereby we are going to look at director and managing directors, how they are appointed, their qualifications, the powers that they have, the limits on their enumeration, and also issues to do with prevention of oppression and mismanagement in relation to directors and managing directors. So this is what we are going to cover in terms of from Unit 1 up to Unit 5 of this course. So having introduced the various units, now we go back to Unit 1, which will be, I think, our major focus for this week, whereby we are introducing the issue of the law and also the issue of the contract. So when we look at Unit 1, it's basically issues to do with contracts and also giving an overview about the law. So we'll start by looking at legal environment. Because as I already said, businesses operate in a legal environment. Businesses are guided by laws. So we first want to look at, in general terms, what is the definition of a law. And after that, then we can move into specific aspects of law that are applicable in the Zambian context. But under this slide, we just want to have a very broad understanding in terms of the definition of law. So when we talk about law, the term is generally used to refer to a body of rules or standards that are intended to define acceptable conduct from that which is not acceptable. So you have some things that are acceptable and other things that are not acceptable. So you need to have a standard, because that standard will be like the benchmark that will help to guide whether this thing is acceptable or is not acceptable. So law is there to provide that standard. That's why we are talking about law as a body of rules, as a body of standards that is intended to define what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. That's what law is all about. And another definition, according to Salmond, is that law consists of any principle which is recognized and enforced by the courts in the administration of justice. So that other definition now adds the issue of enforcement. Apart from enforcement, adds the issue of recognition, in which we are talking about, like in the first definition, those rules and standards are supposed to be recognized and supposed to be enforced by the courts, implying that if you break those rules, then the courts will come in to provide some remedies according to the rules that have been violated. Still some more definition about law. A law is a recognized and enforceable principle or causal link that, if violated, results in a penalty. So if you violate a law, you end up being subjected to a penalty. Laws are binding rules that relate to the conduct of individuals and businesses and are designed to prescribe obligation or duty of enforcement or justice. So these are some of the key definitions that we talk about in terms of law. But when you talk about law, just bear in mind that law carries authority and the power of the enactor. So the one who has enacted that law gives that power to the law. So the law carries authority. The law carries power. That's why when you break the law, then you end up facing justice. You'll be taken to the court of law, and then they will have to give you a punishment, or you have to be tried, and then they will need to find out whether you are guilty or not, and then a penalty will follow as a result of not following the law. So when we look at law, generally we look at two major contexts, which are basically the school of laws. So we have two major schools of laws, which is the naturalistic perspective, but also positivist perspective. So when we are looking at law in terms of the school of thoughts of law, we will talk about these two key schools of thoughts that relates to law: naturalistic perspective, but also the positivist perspective. So when we talk about the naturalistic perspective, what is it all about? So the naturalistic perspective, it assumes that law refers to the standards of conduct that are in existence in nature and discovered by humanity. So basically what this is saying, that when you talk about law, you are referring to standards, and these standards have always been there and are immutable, and they originate from the Creator. So it's the Creator who created the laws, and we are just coming in to fit in, and we are supposed to follow the laws. That's what the naturalistic perspective is all about. The naturalistic perspective doesn't look at laws as something that is made by a human being. No. The naturalistic perspective look at law as something that is created by the Creator. And this perspective, therefore, concludes that every man-made law as a standard of behavior that is contrary to natural law is not law. Because according to the naturalistic perspective, the standard is that that law should be created by the Creator. So anything that is a law but is contrary to that law that was created by a Creator, it will not be taken as law from the naturalistic perspective. So looking at nature, natural, just as the word is all about, naturalistic perspective. The standards have been there, and since existence of the world, and human beings or humanity, they are just discovering those standards and are just supposed to follow those standards. naturalistic perspective, these standards originate from the creator of nature. Or we can say God, because most of us believe that God is the creator of nature. So according to this perspective, then the laws come from the creator. But moving away from the naturalistic perspective, we now move to the positivist perspective. So this is the second perspective in terms of the law school of thought. So this perspective, which is unlike the naturalistic perspective, provides that law, that which is expressed, stated by a legitimate body as rules governing conduct. So we are talking about the fact that from a positive perspective, you can talk about something to be law if it is recognized or if it has been made legitimate by a legitimate body, which can be, let's say, a parliament. So a typical example of such body is that parliament which is empowered to make laws. So once parliament make a law, then that will be taken as a law from the positivist perspective. Well, if you look at it from the naturalistic perspective, if parliament makes a law, but if that law is not in line with the naturalistic law, then from the naturalistic perspective, that will not be taken as law. So the positivists explain that standards of conduct which are deemed natural are not law until they are authorized. So anything, even that comes according to this perspective, anything that even comes from the naturalistic perspective, if it has not gone through parliament and has not been authorized and approved by a legitimate body, that will not be taken as a law under the positivist perspective. So whether a particular rule is bad or immoral, it is still law as long as it was so considered by authorized sovereign. So if parliament approves a law, whether that law is good or whether that law is bad, but if that is approved by parliament, then by the end of the day, that will be taken as law, because now it carries the legitimate authority. Parliament has given that law the legitimate authority. So these are the two major schools of thought when we talk about law. The naturalistic perspective, but we also have, on the other hand, the positivist perspective. So, what is the purpose of law? Why should we have law? So, when you talk about law, basically we have two major purposes of law. In terms of major or core purposes. The first one is to ensure regulation of conduct. And the second one is more about the administration of justice. So if you look at the first one, it's more about setting the standards in which we can operate, setting the standards in which we can function. That's what the regulation of conduct is all about. So that is more on the preventive side of it. Because now you know that there is this law. If I do this, it's illegal, and this is the punishment that I will face. And because you know about that, you end up not doing that thing, because you know there is a punishment that comes in because of breaking that particular law. So that's the regulation of conduct. But when you look at the administration of justice, it's more now on the remedial side, whereby someone now has broken that law. So you have moved from the regulation of conduct to now administration of justice, because someone has broken the law and now you want to administer justice. You want to ensure that the other parties that have been aggrieved received justice. So, when you talk about purpose of law, it's more about from two sides. The preventive side, which is more about the regulation of conduct, but also we have it from the remedial side, which is more about the administration of justice, as the two main purposes of law. So, moving ahead now, because this course is now about business law, you know, from the beginning, we just started to introduce about law. In general perspective, we've looked at the definition, what law is all about in general. From there, we have also moved to the school of thoughts that relates to law, whereby we've looked at the naturalistic perspective, and then we've also looked at the positivist perspective. So from there, we have also moved now to look at the purpose of law. So from the purpose of law, now we want to move now from that general perspective of law to now specific in terms of business law, because this course is about business law. So now we want to focus on the key aspects that relates to business law. And in some cases, business law is referred to as commercial law. So these terms can be used interchangeably, whereby in some cases it is referred to as commercial law, in other cases it is referred to as business law. So commercial law or business law is defined as the board of laws which governs business and commerce and is often considered to be a branch of civil law or laws that deals with public or private practice. So we are talking about business law as the board of law that is basically there to regulate how businesses and commerce operates. That's what business law is all about. It is the board of law that applies to the rights, obligations and conduct of persons and businesses engaged in commerce. Or others will say commercial law, it regulates corporate contracts, hiring and all that. So that's what business law is all about. We are talking about looking at laws that governs issues of businesses, issues of commerce, issues of trade and issues of sales. So the laws that govern these issues are referred to as business law. And when we talk about business law, there are certain key areas that business laws apply. So we want to look at common business law areas. So you can talk about laws that relates to business formation and dissolution. So if you are to start a business, if you are to start a company, there are laws that you are supposed to follow. Even if you want to dissolve your company, there are also laws that are there. You talk about commercial law and contracts. We'll look at these later on. You talk about laws that relates to investing and securities. You talk about laws that relates to issues about intellectual property. We also talk about laws that relates to trust and white collar. So these are the major common business law areas that we are going to look into later on, even including corporate laws, laws that relates to bankruptcy, employment law, laws that relates to international businesses, but also laws that relates to tax, because taxation laws are quite important. If your business is not adhering to taxation laws, then that business can be closed out. So business law, as we already talked about, can be referred to as merchant law or commercial law. We've said it's a group of rules that governs the dealings between individual or companies involved in commercial matters. And when you talk about business laws, they can be enacted through three major sources. There are three major sources or three major bodies or three major ways in which business laws can be enacted. The first one is that business laws can be enacted through international or national registration. So you can have, let's say, Parliament passing on laws that govern businesses. That's at the national level. But you can also talk at the international level. Let's talk about maybe at the SADC level, at the AU level, even at the United Nations level. They can end up coming in with laws that will govern the dealings that relates to business at that international level. So laws can be enacted by international or national legislation. They can also be enacted by agreements. These can even be maybe agreements between parties, agreements between countries. But also laws can be governed by, can be enacted by conventions. So we have even various trade conventions. We have various trade protocols that are there, that are now taken as law in relation to businesses. So when we talk about how business laws can be enacted, it can be from international and national registration, agreement, but also convention. And when we look at business law, it has two major areas of focus, which are regulation of bankruptcy, partnership, agency, and company laws for commercial entities, and also regulation of contract laws for commercial transactions. So these are the two major areas that relates to business laws. So we are still moving. We've moved from understanding the perspective of law in general. Then we've started now to introduce the aspects of business law, And now we want now to go into specifics in terms of contracts, because most of the businesses, they are involved in contracts. So now we want to look at the laws that relates to contract, the law of contract. So what is a contract? How can we define what a contract is all about? So a contract is a legally enforceable promise or set of promises made by one party to the other. That's what law is all about. A legally enforceable promise or set of promises made by one party to another. So it is a promise. When we talk about a contract, it is a promise, but it's not any other promise. It is a promise that has a legal backing. That's why we are calling it as a legally enforceable promise. Because if you break now that law, you break that promise, then you end up to face some legal implications out of it. Because you have broken out the legally enforceable promise or promises. So that's what the definition of law is all about. So a contract is a legally binding agreement concerning a bargain which is essentially commercial in its nature and involves the sale or hire of commodities, goods and services and all that. But the key word that we need to understand when we are talking about a contract is that basically a contract is something that is legally enforceable. It's something that can be enforced through legal terms. That's what a law, that's what a contract is all about. So, going further into contracts, now we want to look at, if you talk about a contract that is valid, what are some of the key essential elements of a valid contract? What are the key essential elements of a valid contract? That's what we want to focus now. So, for a contract to be deemed as valid, there are certain conditions that it must fulfill. If that contract doesn't fulfill certain conditions or certain aspects that are recognized by law, then you cannot talk about that contract being a valid contract. So a contract should be able to fulfill these essential elements that we are going to talk about now. The essential elements that we are looking at now. The first one is that there must be agreement between the parties or a meeting of minds, and this is called consensus and idea. So for you to have a contract, that means you have two parties, you have two people or two parties, they need to come together and they need to come into an agreement. So there must be an agreement, which is a key aspect when we talk about a contract. You cannot talk about having a contract or signing a contract if you've not come into an agreement. You can only sign a contract if you have agreed on the contract or on the terms and conditions that relates to that particular contract. The second essential element is that usually there must be consideration present. And when we talk about consideration, we are talking about there must be something of value that must be given in exchange of a promise. So, when you are signing a contract, that means this party wants to give the other party something of value. And we are not talking about another contract. This is a business and a commercial contract. So, one party has to give the other or make a promise to offer the other party something of value. And also the other party has to promise to offer something out of value. So that is value. That's what we mean, that there must be consideration present. There should be a consideration in the contract. In that there should be something of value that is to be exchanged by both parties. The third essential element is that there must be an intention to create a legal relationship. So both parties should be willing and should have an intention to create a relationship. It should not be that just any other relationship, but a relationship that has a legal backing. So there must be that intention to create a legal relationship. And then the parties must have legal capacity to contract. You cannot go into a contract or this agreement when the other party maybe doesn't have a legal capacity to contract. For example, you are talking about with maybe someone who is 6 years or 7 years discussing something. You can't enter into a contract with someone who is a minor. that will not be taken as a contract. It will not be enforceable. Why? Because the minor doesn't have the legal capacity to enter into a contract. So that's why we are saying the parties to the contract must have the legal capacity to be able to enter into a contract. But also there must be no circumstances surrounding the contract which make it unforeseeable or void. So you should look at issues. Are there issues surrounding the contract that makes this contract unenforceable, or that can make this contract void? And when we talk about a void contract, we are talking about a contract that is deemed as it had never existed, or that can make the contract voidable, or that can make the contract illegal. So these are the key essential elements that must be available when you are talking about a contract to be a valid contract. And we will continue to look at these elements in now a more focused form. So these elements, for a contract to be binding, then they must be basing on what we discussed in the previous slide. Then it can be summarized with the issues that are there on the board, on the slide. For a contract to be valid, for a contract to be acceptable, legally binding, there must be one, an offer, acceptance, intention to create relationship, consideration, and form. So as you can see, this is coming from here, where we say there must be an offer. When you talk about an offer, it's more like point number one, where we are saying there must be an agreement. That's what an offer is all about. And when you look at the second, it's about acceptance. We are talking about the other parties must be able to agree on particular terms or particular offers that are being created. The issue of there must be intention to create a legal relationship. So all what we are looking at in the next slide relates to what we've covered here. So there must be an offer, there must be an acceptance, there must be an intention to create a legal relationship. But also there must be a consideration, and finally is what we call that there must be a form. So what do we mean when we say there must be an offer for a contract to be valid? What is an offer? So an offer is an expression by one person who is the offerer that he is willing to contract with another who is the offeree on specific terms. And if it is a form, the basis of a contract, the offerer must intend that legal consequences shall result. So that's why there should be an offer in which the offerer is offering something to the offeree, and the offeree is also willing to offer something in return. That's what a contract is all about. So there must be an offer, an expression of willingness to contract on a specific set of terms made by the offerer with the intention that if the offer is accepted, he or she will be bound by the contract. So at this stage, they have not yet signed the contract. We are still at the stage of the offer, whereby the offerer is just presenting the offer to the offeree. And when you talk about the offer, it must be expressed by words, but also it must be implied by conduct. The way you conduct yourself should be in line with the offer, and it should be also expressed. So these are the key issues about the offer. And when you talk about an offer, it is very important to ensure that the offer is communicated clearly. The offer has to be communicated clearly, because if the offer will not be communicated clearly, then by the end of the day, you might end up having misunderstanding. So in communicating the offerer must show the willingness to be bound to the contractual terms. And also you need to include a statement of price in the offer. We are offering you a contract. This is the offer for you to provide us this service at this cost. So at least a statement of price also needs to be included. You cannot talk about an offer without having a statement of price. So an offer can either be addressed to a single person, so a company may be just contracting a single person, or it can be to a specified group of persons, so they can put limitations to say this offer is applicable only to this specified group of persons. Or the offer can be to the world at large. So it can be something that is open. So you open up the offer to the world at large. So it can be to a single person, it can be to a specific group of persons, but you can just be also open to the entire world. You float out that offer and you say anyone who is interested can apply or can show their willingness in relation to this offer. So that's what the offer is all about. So, moving from the offer, let's go back. We see where we are coming from. We have talked about the offer as the first element of a contract to be a binding contract. So from the offer, now we go to the second element, which is about acceptance. So I think you can be able to go through these other slides that just talk about the offer. But I think before I go to acceptance, I think we can talk about what are the key conditions or what are the key situations that can lead to the termination of an offer. Because an offer is not there for life. An offer can be terminated. So what are the issues that can relate or that can lead to the termination of an offer? The first one is the lapse of time. So most of the time you have an offer that is there for a specific period of time. So if that time expires, then that offer is no longer valid. So the lapse of time can lead to termination of an offer. On the other hand, the destruction of the subject matter, the key element of the contract, if there is anything that has caused destruction to the key subject matter that relates to the offer, then the offer can be terminated. Even also death of either parties. If someone dies, if one of the key players dies, then that means that can also lead to termination of the offer. But also even rejection by the offeree. If someone rejects the offer, then by the end of the day, the other person, they cannot be an offer because you have given out an offer. And once you've given an offer, that other person rejects that offer. And because that person has rejected that offer, automatically it means that that offer has been terminated. But also acceptance by the offeree. So if the offerer offers the offer or informs the other party to say this is your offer, and the other party agrees to that offer, that means now it's no longer an offer. It has moved from an offer. So that's, in that case, the offer can also be terminated. The offer can also be terminated when there is a counter offer by the offeree. So the offerer says, I'm giving you this offer at $1 million US. Then the offeree says, no, I think this money is not enough. For me to do this work, I need $1.5 million US. So that means there is a counter offer. And if they are to agree on the 1.5 million, it means they will have to terminate that offer for the $1 million. And now another offer has to be floated out, which is for 1.5 million. So counter offer by the offeree can also lead to a termination of the offer. Also revocation by the offeree. If the offerer revokes that particular offer, then by the end of the day, the offer can be terminated. And also supervening illegality. If there are some illegal issues, some illegality surrounding that particular offer, then that offer will also end up being terminated. So these are some of the key conditions that can lead to termination of the offer. So from the termination, from the offer, now we are moving to acceptance. Once the offer has been presented, it's either it can be accepted or it cannot be accepted and it might end up being terminated. So, when we talk about acceptance, we are talking about a final and qualified expression of assent to the terms of an offer. We are giving you this offer, and then the other party says, yes, we are accepting this offer in line with the terms and conditions that have been given to us. So, that's acceptance, which is the final and qualified expression of assent to the terms of an offer. So, what are the key elements that we have when we talk about acceptance? Acceptance is more about mutual assent.
So you cannot have acceptance when there is no mutual assent between the two parties. And this mutual assent, we call it as meeting of the minds. So we have two minds, the offerer and the offeree. So both of them now have reached a mutual assent, have reached a mutual consensus. That means those two minds have reached a consensus. That's why we are calling it as a meeting of the mind. Acceptance is referred to as the meeting of the minds. And when we talk about acceptance, we are saying acceptance has no legal effect until it is communicated to the offerer. So for example, someone gives me an offer to do some works or to supply some items, and then I end up accepting that particular offer. But then I've accepted it, but I have not communicated back to the person who offered me that. In my heart, I just say, oh yes, this is a good contract. I think I've accepted it. But I've not managed to communicate back. That means that offer, as it is there, the acceptance cannot be taken as legal because it has not been communicated to the offerer. The offer can only be, the acceptance can only have a legal effect if it has been communicated. So you communicate back, whether in writing to say, okay, we received your offer and we have accepted the offer and the terms and conditions that are attached to that offer. So there then, that's where that acceptance now will have a legal effect. But without that, the acceptance will not have legal effect. And we've already talked about the fact that when you are talking about acceptance, there must be mutual assent. So mutual assent, both parties must be able to agree to the terms of the acceptance. And an offer must be accepted in accordance with its precise terms if it is to form an agreement. So the offer has to have terms and conditions. So these terms and conditions will end up making the two parties to reach an agreement. And acceptance must exactly match the offer, and all terms must be accepted. And this is what is called as the mirror image rule. You know, when you look through the mirror, even now when I'm looking through the camera, I'm able to see myself just as I am here. It can't happen that I'm standing in a mirror, like now I have two hands. And then I look myself in the mirror, then it's showing that I only have one hand. Then that cannot happen. Then the mirror image rule cannot apply. When we're talking about the mirror image rule, it's because when you look yourself through the mirror, you see yourself exactly the way you are. So that's what we are saying under this. To say, if an acceptance is to be made, it must match exactly the offer. Because let's say I've given out an offer for someone to supply me with drinks or pure water or something, aqua pure water or something like that, 10 crates or something like that. That's the offer. And then when someone is accepting to say, okay, I will supply 10 cartons of fuels, then there is a mismatch. The offer and the acceptance is not the same. Then the mirror image rule will not apply. So the mirror image rule can only apply if when the offer and the acceptance are exactly the same. So the acceptance must exactly match the offer in all the terms and conditions. And there is also a time and mode of acceptance. Because when you are talking about acceptance, it's not just open. It has a time limit. Because if someone throws out an offer, they will put a time limitation. And you need to make sure that you respond to that offer within that specified time period. Because if you don't accept or inform them about your acceptance within the required time period, then they will say that offer is no longer valid. Then that offer can be cancelled. And you need to use effective ways or acceptable ways that are there to dispatch your acceptance. So you use what we call as the mailbox law. So an acceptance must be properly addressed, packaged and posted to fall within the mailbox law so that it is in line. So we have moved from the offer. From the offer, we moved to acceptance. Now, after accepting the terms and the offer, now we move to contractual intentions. And when we talk about contractual intentions, we are talking about that stage whereby now there is now that intention to create a legal relationship. At first, it was just an offer. After an offer, it has been accepted. So what next after you accept the offer? Then you need to create a legal relationship. Because when we talk about a contract, we are talking about a legal relationship. So now this is the stage whereby you are creating a legal relationship. So when we talk about legal relationship, creating a legal relationship, we are more now talking about commercial agreements. And in commercial agreements, it is presumed that parties intend to be legally bound unless the parties expressly state the opposite. So if now you are coming into a legal relationship, it implies that both parties now are to be legally bound by whatever agreement that they have agreed to. And if anyone dishonor the agreement, then there will be legal consequences that will have to follow. So, contractual intentions. In contract to domestic and social agreements such as those between children and parents are typically unenforceable on the basis of public policy. So, we are not focusing much on social agreements. I think for us, it's more about the issue of the contracts. So, we are talking about that the contracts we must make sure that the terms and conditions must be acceptable. And once it is acceptable, then if someone violates it, then it will be broken down. So we move from the offer, you start from the offer, acceptance, and then that intention for you to be able to enter into a legal relationship, which is about the contractual intention. And then from the contractual intention, then you move to the consideration phase. So now let's look at what we have under the consideration phase. So, when we talk about consideration, you remember when we are talking about the key elements of a contract, we talk about that there should be consideration. And we say when we are talking about consideration, it means there must be an exchange of something of value. You can't talk about a commercial contract if there is no exchange of something of value. So consideration is something of value which is given for a promise and it is required in order to make the promise.
Good morning, students. Today we are going to discuss about production management, operation management, difference between production and operation management, objectives of production management, functions and scope of production management, types of production planning and control, and objectives of production planning and control. Now we are going to see production management. So what is production management? To managing the production, to efficiently plan for all the activities that is used to production, which means the activities are to improve the quality, to maintain the correct quantity, and used to reduction the manufacturing cost. So, to plan for these activities are called production management. Production management is the process of effective planning and regulating the operations of that section of an enterprise, which is responsible for the actual transformation of materials into finished goods. Importance of production function and production management. Successful organizations have well-defined and efficient line function and support function. Production comes under the category of line function, which directly affects customer experience and thereby future of organization itself. Aim of production function is to add value to product or service, which will create a strong and long-lasting customer relationship or association, and this can be achieved by healthy and productive association between marketing and production people. Marketing function people are frontline representative of the company and provide insights to real product needs of customers. And effective planning and control on production parameters to achieve or create value for customers is called production management. Operations management. As to deliver the value for customers in products and services, it is essential for the company to do the following. So, the operations management used in production and services also. But the production management only concentrates in production. Identify the customer needs and convert that into a specific product or service. So, an organization must identify the customer needs and demands, what the customer requires in the product, what they are expecting in the product. So, as per the customer's requirement, they have to design and modify the product and to deliver the customers for their satisfaction and their fulfillment. So, operation management needs to improve needs to increase the organization's revenue by fulfilling the customer needs. Based on product requirement, do backward working to identify raw material requirements. So, to modify the product requirements, we need to identify and verify the raw material requirements which used to the same product. Engage internal and external vendors to create supply chain for raw material and finished goods between vendor, production facility to customers. So, when you create the supply chain for raw materials and finished goods, then you can easily achieve the marketing target. Production management with operations management. A high-level comparison which distinct production and operations management can be done on following characters. Output. Production management deals with manufacturing of products like, for example, computer and car. These are the products in production management. While operations management cover both products and services. Usage of products. Products like computer and car are utilized over a period of time, whereas services need to be consumed immediately. So, the products of car and computer and car used sometimes when it wants and when it required to use, but the service we have to consume immediately. Classification of work. To produce products like computer, car, more of capital equipment and less labor are required. So, for manufacturing the computer and car, we have to invest more in capital equipment and the labors are less used for manufacturing those computers and cars. But in the service industries, it requires more labor and lesser capital equipment. Customer contact. There is no participation of customer during production, whereas for services, a constant contact with customer is required. So, in the manufacturing industries, there is no any involvement of direct customer to the production. But in during service, there is a contact of customers with the service. Production management and operations management both are very essential in meeting the objective of an organization. Objective of production management. Production management deals with decision making related to production processes so that the resulting goods or services are produced according to specifications in the amount and by the schedule demanded and out of minimum cost. The objective of the production management is to produce goods, services of right quality and quantity at the right time and right manufacturing cost. So, the objectives of production management are right quality, right quantity, right time, right manufacturing cost. So, the first one is right quality. Nowadays, people from all over the world, they are expecting good quality of the product. So, an organization should give the right quality of the product to meet the customer's demand. The right quality is not necessary by best quality. Best quality is different and right quality is different. Right quality is something that the product having the nominal quality. That is right quality. So an organization should produce the product in right quality and right quantity. Production management used to produce the right quantity of the products. So it ensures the correct inventory level so that they can produce the correct quantity. Because if it produces the more quantity, then the capital will be blocked in the form of inventory. But when the quantity is produced at minimum level, then they have to meet the customer's demand so that the delivery will be delayed and it results in unsatisfaction of customers when they are producing minimum quantity. So they have to maintain the correct level of quantity. So the production management is used to manage the correct inventory level and produce the right quantity of the products, right time. So to deliver the products at the correct time is very important so that they can make the loyal customers of their products. Right manufacturing. An organization fixed the cost before started the manufacturing. So, an organization or firm must analyze in the market and the competitors at what price or at what cost they are manufacturing and fixed the price in market. So, for giving the best manufacturing cost, you need to analyze the raw materials from where they are getting and from which vendor they are getting the resources. So, analyze all the factors and try to give the best manufacturing cost. Functions and scope of production management. The components or functions of production management are as follows. selection of product and design, selection of production process, selecting right production capacity, production planning, production control, quality and cost control, inventory control, maintenance and replacement of machines. The above functions of production management are briefly discussed below. Selection of product and design. Based on the higher the customer's demand and their requirements, the product is selected which is going to produce at first. Then, once after selecting the product, the design will be selected. So, there is a full care will be taken to select the design, because the product and design is very important for success of a company. So, to select the design and to select the product are selected carefully. Production management first selects the right product for production, then it selects the right design for the product. Care must be taken while selecting the product and design, because the survival of and success of the company depend on it. The product must be selected only after detailed evaluation of all the other alternative products. So the product is selected among the number of products which has the higher demand and higher requirements of people. After selecting the right product, the right design must be selected. The design must be according to the customer's requirements. So, the design of the product must fulfill the customer's demands. It must give the customers maximum value at the lowest cost, because all the customer wants the good product at the cheap price. So, production management must use techniques such as value engineering and value analysis. Value engineering and value analysis is nothing but to create or to add the value to the goods or products and services to improve the quality in the products. Selection of production process. So, once the product and design is selected, then the next step is the process. In which process the products are going to produce. The number of technologies and the innovations and the machines equipments are analyzed and evaluated for the process. Production management must select the right production process. They must decide about the type of technology, machines, material handling system, etc. Selecting right production capacity. So, production management must ensure the correct capacity of production. It involves the inventory management. They have to give the correct capacity for production, because if the products are manufactured or produced in higher number or the lowest number will make the problem. If it makes over the demand, then the capital is blocked. But if it produced the lowest level, then the demand will be high and the total operations for scheduling is collapsed because of lower production. So, the production management must select the right production capacity to match the demand for the product. This is because more or less capacity will create problems. The production manager must plan the capacity for both short and long-term production. He must use break-even analysis for capacity planning, and the break-even analysis is that tells actually how many units of a product must be sold, and it's useful to study the relationship between fixed cost, variable cost and revenues. Production planning. So to plan for the production, it includes routing and scheduling. Routing means it gives the correct way to work, how the work is carried out in routing, and it ensures the smoother function of the production. Scheduling is nothing but to give the schedule when to start the process and when to complete the process. Production management includes production planning. Here, the production manager decides about the routing and scheduling. Routing means deciding the path of work and the sequence of operations. The main objective of routing is to find out the best and most economical sequence of operations to be followed in the manufacturing process. Routing ensures a smooth flow of work. Scheduling means to decide when to start and when to complete a particular production activity. Production control. So, to control the production activities are called production control. Here, the production manager continuously monitor and control the production activities, which means whether the actual production is done as per the plans or not. If not, then the production manager will take the decisions to achieve the plan. Production management also includes production control. The manager has to monitor and control the production. He has to find out whether the actual production is done as per the plans or not. He has to compare actual production with the plan and finds out the deviations. He then takes the necessary steps to correct these deviations. Quality and cost control. Production management also includes quality and cost control. Quality and cost control are given a lot of importance in today's competitive world because all the customers want a good quality at the cheapest price. So, for receiving the cheapest price, the organization should produce at the minimum cost. Then only we can get a cheap price. Customers all over the world want good quality products at cheapest prices. To satisfy this demand of customers, the production manager must continuously improve the quality of his products. Along with this, he must also take essential steps to reduce the cost of his products. To using all the resources effectively and getting the raw materials at cheapest price are the essential steps to reduce the cost of the products. Inventory control. Production management also includes inventory control. The production manager must monitor the level of inventories. There must be neither overstocking or understocking of inventories. So the inventory should be managed at the correct level. There is no overstocking and understocking. If overstocking means it creates the problem, also the understocking. If there is an overstocking, then the working capital will be blocked and the materials may be spoiled, wasted or misused, because the materials have particular lifetime. So overstocking leads to waste or misuse to the materials. If there is an understocking, then production will not take place as per schedule and deliveries will be affected. Because if there is an understocking, an organization should produce the products continuously. They cannot work as per schedule. So the total activities of scheduling will be collapsed. The deliveries also will be affected in understocking. So the production management to ensure the correct inventory management, maintenance and replacement of machines. The machines are maintained properly and checked at the regular intervals. In the MNC companies, there is a break for cleaning and oiling and maintaining the machines on every day. Because machines and equipment are the asset of an organization. So to maintain the machines properly for an organization. Production management ensures proper maintenance and replacement of machines and equipment. The production manager must have an efficient system for continuous inspection, cleaning, oiling, maintenance and replacement of machines, equipment, spare parts, etc. This prevents breakdown of machines and avoids production halts. Types of production. First one is job production. So job production means the production or the process will be started once the order has been received. In the job production, a team or an individuals complete the job. So the job or the operations in the job production will be completed by the full team. The full process is completed by a team. So here they bring together all the materials and perform their job. Under this method peculiar, special or non-standardized products are produced in accordance with the orders received from the customers. As each product is non-standardized, varying in size and nature, it requires separate job for production. The machines and equipments are adjusted in such a manner so as to suit the requirements of a particular job. Job production involves intermittent process as the work is carried as and when the order is received. It consists of bringing together of material, parts and components in order to assemble and commission a single piece of equipment or product. Shipbuilding, dam construction, bridge building, book printing are some of the examples of job production. Third method of plan layout. Stationary material layout is suitable for job production. Characters. The job production possesses the following characters. A large number of general purpose machines are required. A large number of workers conversant with different jobs will have to be employed. There can be some variations in production. Some flexibility in financing is required because of variations in workload. A large inventory of materials, parts and tools will be required. The machines and equipment setting will have to be adjusted and readjusted to the manufacturing requirements. The movement of materials through the process is intermittent. Limitations. Job production has the following limitations. The economies of large-scale production may not be attained because production is done in short runs. The demand is irregular for some products. The use of labor and equipment may be inefficient. The scientific assessment of cost is difficult. Next, batch production. So, in the batch production, the product has number of operations, and that number of operations will be performed by number of teams. So, once the operation is finished and it is passed into another operation, and those operations will be performed by another team. So, the product is passed into continuously other operations until the product changes into the finished product. So, in the batch production, it has number of operations operated by the number of teams. Batch production pertains to repetitive production. It refers to the production of goods, the quantity of which is known in advance. It is that form of production where identical products are produced in batches on the basis of demand of customers or of expected demand for products. This method is generally similar to job production except the quantity of production. Instead of making one single product as in case of job production, a batch or group of products are produced at one time. It should be remembered here that one batch of products may not resemble with the next batch. Under batch system of production, the work is divided into operations and one operation is done at a time. After completing the work on one operation, it is passed on to the second operation and so on. So, till the product is completed, the process is continuous. Batch production can be explained with the help of an illustration. An enterprise wants to manufacture 20 electric motors. The work will be divided into different operations. The first operation on all the motors will be completed in the first batch and then it will pass on to the next operation. The second group of operators will complete the second operation before the next and so on. Under job production, the same operators will manufacture full machine and not one operation only. So here the team a team of operators complete the particular operation only. Batch production can fetch the benefits of repetitive production to a large extent if the batch is of a sufficient quantity. Thus, batch production may be defined as the manufacture of a product in small or large batches or lots by series of operations, each operation being carried on the whole batch before any subsequent operation is operated. This method is generally adopted in case of biscuit and confectionery and motor manufacturing, medicines, milk, food and hardware like nuts and bolts, etc. The batch production method possesses the following characters. The work is of repetitive nature. There is a functional layout of various manufacturing processes. One operation is carried out on whole batch and then is passed on to the next operation and so on. Same type of machines is arranged at one place. It is generally chosen where trade is seasonal or there is a need to produce great variety of goods. Next one is mass or flow production. So it is a continuous production and produce the standardized products at the large quantities. This method involves a continuous production of standardized products on a large scale. Under this method, production remains continuous in anticipation of future demand. Standardization is the basis of mass production. Standardized products are produced under this method by using standardized materials and equipment. There is a continuous or uninterrupted flow of production obtained by arranging the machines in a proper sequence of operations. Process layout is best suited method for mass production units. Flow production is the manufacture of a product by a series of operations. Each article going on to a succeeding operation as soon as possible. The manufacturing process is broken into separate operations. The product completed at one operation is automatically passed on to the next till its completion. There is no time gap between the work done at one process and the starting at the next. The flow of production is continuous and progressive. Characteristics. The mass or flow production possesses the following characteristics. The units flow from one operation point to another throughout the whole process. There will be one type of machine for each process. The products, tools, materials and methods are standardized. Production is done in anticipation of demand. Production volume is usually high. Machine setups remain unchanged for a considerable long period. Any fault in flow of production is immediately corrected, otherwise it will stop the whole production process. Advantages of mass production. A properly planned flow production method results in the following advantages. The product is standardized and any deviation in the quality, etc. is detected at the spot. There will be accuracy in product design and quality. It will help in reducing direct labor cost. There will be no need of work in progress because products will automatically pass on from operation to operation. Since flow of work is simplified, there will be lesser need for control. A weakness in any operation comes to the notice immediately. There may not be any need of keeping work in progress, hence storage cost is reduced. Continuous production. Production facilities are arranged as per the sequence of production operations from the first operations to the finished product. The items are made to flow through the sequence of operations through material handling devices such as conveyors, transfer devices, etc. Features of continuous production. Dedicated plant and equipment with zero flexibility. Material handling is fully automated. The process follows a predetermined sequence of operations. Component materials cannot be readily identified with the final product. Planning and scheduling is a routing action. Advantages of continuous production. Standardization of product and process sequence. The higher rate of production with reduced cycle time. Higher capacity utilization due to line balancing. Manpower is not required for material handling as it is completely automatic. A person with limited skills can be used on the production line. Unit cost is lower due to the high volume of production. Limitations of continuous production. Flexibility to accommodate and process a number of products does not exist. Very high investment for setting flow lines. Product differentiation is limited. Production planning and control. So, the production planning is used to plan properly for the production activities such as quality management and inventory management and supply chain management. And for production control is to monitoring all the production activities, whether the activities achieved as per the schedule or not. Production planning is required for scheduling, dispatch, inspection, quality management, inventory management, supply management, and equipment management. Production control ensures that production team can achieve required production target, optimum utilization of resources, quality management, and cost savings. The benefits of production planning and control are as follows. It ensures that optimum utilization of production capacity is achieved by proper scheduling of the machine items, which reduces the idle time as well as overuse. It ensures that inventory level are maintained at optimum levels at all time. There is no overstocking or understocking. It also ensures that production time is kept at optimum level and thereby increasing the turnover time. Since it overlooks all aspects of production, quality of final product is always maintained. The main functions or objectives of production planning are as follows: effective utilization of resources, steady flow of production, estimate the resources, ensures optimum inventory, coordinates activities of departments, minimize the wastage of raw materials, improves the labor productivity, helps to capture the market, provides a better work environment, facilitates quality improvement, results in consumer satisfaction, reduces the production cost. So, the first one is effective utilization of resources. So, to use the resources and to utilize the resources effectively, production planning results in effective utilization of resources, plant capacity and equipment. This results in low cost and high returns for the organization. Steady flow of production. So here, the production planning ensures a regular and steady flow of production, which means it uses the machines at their maximum use. So, how much the organization can use the machines, it can. This results in a regular production and which helps to give a routine supply to customers at the higher level. Estimate the resources. Production planning helps to estimate the resources like men, materials, etc. The estimate is made based on sales forecast. So, production is planned to meet sales requirements. Ensures optimum inventory. Production planning ensures optimum inventory. It prevents overstocking and understocking. Necessary stocks are maintained. Stock of raw material is maintained at a proper level in order to meet the production demands. Stock of finished goods is also maintained to meet regular demands from customers. Coordinates activities of departments. Production planning helps to coordinate the activities of different departments. For example, the marketing department coordinates the production department to sell the goods, and marketing department ensures the correct capacity to produce. This results in profit to the organization. Minimize wastage of raw materials. Production planning minimizes the wastage of raw materials. It ensures proper inventory of raw materials and materials handling. This helps to minimize wastage of raw material. It also ensures production of quality products or goods. This results in a minimum rejects. So, proper production planning and control results in minimum. Good afternoon, students. Today we are going to discuss about research, nature, scope, objectives and motivation of research, types of research, research process, research design, concepts and steps in research design, types of research design. Meaning of research. Research refers to a search for knowledge. Research is an art of scientific investigation. So, in the name that suggests research. So, again, search for knowledge. Search for proof for knowledge. To understand the knowledge. To verify the knowledge, to prove the knowledge is called research. The Advanced Learner's Dictionary of Current English lays down the meaning of research as a careful investigation or inquiry, especially through search for new facts in any branch of knowledge. Some definitions. According to Martin Shuttleworth, research is any gathering of data, information and facts for the advancement of knowledge. Crusoe says that research is a process of steps that used to collect and analyze information to increase our understanding of a topic or issue. Purpose, aims, objectives of research. To understand clearly an observed phenomenon and explain its logic and reason for happening. To get insights about problem. So the research explains what the problem incites in it, to find the solutions for a problem. Normally, research are used to find the solutions for the problems, to test existing laws or theories. So, the research is used to check the laws and theories and proves the same results. To develop new ideas, concepts and theories. Research are used to develop new ideas and concepts and theories. To test hypothesis of a causal relationship between variables. So it used to find the relationship between the variables. To identify areas where research could make the difference. So research used to find the particular area where the difference makes. To predict future of events. So
Mancha done upload the channel. Yeah, Okay, thank you so much. So good afternoon. My name is Kalonga Kamale. I'll be the one handling you in project management. So this is a key course whereby we discuss more or much about issues to do with projects that a number of organizations will be able to consider, that a number of companies will be able to also spearhead. So in most cases, when you look at numerous organizations like in the country Zambia, in fact they will have a number of projects or activities that they'll be able to undertake. Then in that regard, what happens, in fact it becomes easier for them to be able now to understand fully about what is involved in terms of projects, in terms of management of projects, and also in terms of resource allocation. So this is a course that will enable you to be able to attain key skills relating to making sure at least your projects are commissioned, your projects are able to succeed. So in most cases, this is what we will do. We'll be able to learn more about key topics surrounding this course called project management. So I know you are master students. At this level, in most cases, you are well vested or you are well conversant with what happens in terms of projects. You understand fully about projects, and that's why in this regard it will be easier for you to get the key issues surrounding projects in a number of organizations. So before I kickstart my session, I think we need to take much of our time looking at the content of our first unit, and it will be easier for us to be able to proceed slowly by looking at each and every critical topic. Then we understand what each topic is all about. Then after that, in fact, we'll take much of our time also trying to discuss in practical terms, in terms of like the key topics under project management. I think it will make more sense in terms of us looking at what is happening out there, or let's say in the real world, than looking at issues to do with things that are like let's say only theories in that regard. So in most cases, as we learn more of these theories and concepts, I think there is also much need for us to be able to see how best we can be able to apply in the context of organizations, how we can make sure at least these projects are able to make a difference in the operations of like our companies, in the operations of like our businesses. Okay. So under the first unit, we'll try by all means to look at projects, and we'll also look at project management. And then we'll look at the concept of a project, and we'll look at categories of projects, then project development cycle, then we'll proceed by looking at project management definition, then goals of project management, then life cycle of project management, then project selection methods. Then we'll also look at project portfolio, then project formulation. Then the other topic that we'll look at is project manager, of which we'll also look at the roles and responsibilities of a project manager. Then we'll look at project teams. So this will be our last topic under the first unit, whereby we'll be able to discuss critically about the project teams. So I think you've seen how they packaged unit 1, whereby we'll be looking at the introductory part about project management in this regard. So in most cases, when you look at like how they framed the first unit, it becomes easier now for you to have a full understanding in terms of, like, let's say, what projects are. Okay, so let's start or kickstart our session by looking at so unit 2. We'll look at project organization. Let me just walk you through, then we'll proceed to unit 1. So under unit 2, we'll look at topics like project organization, then and conflict. Then we'll look at conflict management, form organization structure, then organizational design, then types of projects, then organizations, then conflict origin and consequences, then managing conflicts. Then we'll look at team methods for resolving conflicts. Okay. Then unit 3, we'll look at planning and budgeting, then the planning process, then project identification, then project formulation and preparation. Then we'll look at market and demand estimation. Then we'll look at technical factors. Then we'll look at material inputs, technology, production, plant capacity, location, and civil works. We'll proceed by looking at charts, layout, work schedule, then role of multidisciplinary teams. Then we'll also look at project appraisal, then technical, economic, financial, then legal and social appraisal of industrial projects. Then we'll look at problems arising due to rate of discount. Then we'll look at wage rate, exchange rate, treatment of taxes. Then we'll look at social costs, benefits, then treatment of risks and uncertainty. Then we'll look at sensitivity analysis, then project budgeting methods. Then we'll look at cost estimating and improvement, then budget uncertainty and risk management. Then the last topic under unit 3 will be application of project management software. Then we'll also look at unit 4, which is scheduling and resource allocation under PET. Okay, so we'll look at PET and also CPM, the critical path method network. So don't worry, we'll be able to look at these in detail. Then we'll proceed by looking at project uncertainty and risk management simulation, then Gantt charts, then expediting a project, then resource loading and leveling, then allocating scarce resources. Then we'll also look at Godrat's critical chain. Then the last unit will be control and completion, then the plan, then monitor, then control cycle, then data collecting and reporting, then project control, designing the control system, then project evaluation. Then the last topic will be auditing and termination. So that's how the outline is for project management. So I took much of my time trying to look at each and every unit, because this gives us hints, or this gives us insights in terms of what we'll be looking at under each and every unit. Okay, so now let's try to look at unit 1, project management. So what comes in your mind once you hear the term project management? So project management is the discipline of planning, organizing, and managing resources to bring about the successful completion of specific project goals and objectives. So in most cases, when you look at project management, it allows an organization to be able to plan, to organize and manage resources, okay, to bring about the successful completion of specific project goals and objectives. So this is how it is. In most cases, when you look at project management, okay, this is a discipline that gives you an opportunity for you to be able to manage, organize, and also look at resources that will be involved in a number of projects as an organization. And at the end of the day, you'll be able to achieve these specific goals and objectives as an organization. Okay, then when you look at project management, we are also saying it is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities in order to meet or exceed stakeholder needs and expectation. So in most cases, when you look at project management, okay, so project management in most cases allows you to be able to use certain techniques in terms of like the project activities, in terms of like, let's say, the tools that you need to employ. Okay, so in order for you to be able to meet, like, let's say, the stakeholder needs and also expectations. So in most cases, that's why it's very, very much advisable as a company, as an organization, for you to be able to use certain techniques for you to oversee or harmonize project activities in order to meet or exceed stakeholder needs and expectations. Okay, then let's try to look at now the functions of project management. So what are some of the clear-cut or key functions of project management? So the first one is project definition. So when it comes to project definition lays out the foundation for a project. So in most cases, you find project management will try to clearly define what a project is, what project management is all about. So you'll be able to understand clearly about the foundation of the project. Then the other one is project planning. So when it comes to project planning, normally this one, it puts together the details of how to meet the project goals given the constraints. So in most cases, when it comes to project planning, you're trying to look at the roadmap that will be used for you to be able to achieve those goals, or maybe let's say those objectives. So in most cases, since you'll be able to now plan, you'll be able to understand fully about the goals in that project. So in most cases, what happens is that it becomes easier for you to be able to plan systematically, because since there are stages that are involved in terms of projects, there are stages that are involved in terms of execution of those projects, and henceforth that's why it's also very, very important for you to look at issues to do with how can you plan for that activity. Then we have project control. So when it comes to project control, it includes all the activities that will keep the project moving towards the goal. So in most cases, you know, to say a project, it will involve a number of related activities. So now, how are you going to make sure those activities are going to make you achieve your goals as an organization? So in most cases, in fact, here we're trying to look at the aspect of you being able to rectify, control, certain errors that might arise in that given project. So in most cases, when you look at project control, it will include a number of activities that will keep the project moving towards that goal. So how do you achieve that objective? In most cases here, we'll be looking at issues to do with rectifying certain errors that may arise, certain errors that you're able to record as a company or as an organization. Okay. Then now let's try to look at the importance of project management. Why are you studying project management? Why do you think as an organization or as a manager at that level, you need to have certain skills that can enable you to manage each and every project? Because projects mostly, they will differ in terms of magnitude and size. So in most cases, that's why we need to take much of our time looking at now the clear-cut importances of project management. Okay, so the first one is compression of product life cycle. So in most cases, when it comes to project management, it plays a pivotal role because you'll be able to compress the product life cycle. When you look at the product life cycle, we're looking at a number of stages that will be involved for a product to be fully finished, or for the product to be fully available or readily available on a given market. So how are you going to measure this? You compress on the time, so this you save on issues to do with risk, issues to do with wastage, because the longer that you take in a project, the more exposure you are giving, or maybe you'll be able to consider that project. Then global competition. When it comes to project management, also it allows you to be able to compete at a global level, at an international level. Why am I saying that you're able to compete at an international level? In most cases, when you look at a number of activities that a company will be able to undertake, once you consider like issues to do with competition, issues to do with like you improving on the quality of your projects, on the standard of your activities, or even when it comes to the levels or the scale of your projects. In most cases, in fact, this will lead to the aspect of you having that leadership status, you having that great command in that given market. So in most cases, when it comes to global competition, most companies that are able to manage their projects well, in most cases it becomes easier for them to be able to, like, let's say, achieve a number of things and also be able to compete with other companies. Let me give you an example. Look at how Apple has managed to silence a number of rivals or rivalry companies when it comes to the electronic industry. So in most cases, when you look at issues to do with a company coming up with major projects, a company coming up with major like let's say projects that leads to the aspect of achieving goals, in most cases this will lead to the aspect of them being able to achieve a number of key projects. Then knowledge explosion. When it comes to knowledge explosion, since a project will have a team of experts or let's say technocrats, in most cases you're able now to fully make use of all those people in terms of how you can best be able to do what? To achieve those goals and also objectives as an organization. So when it comes to global competition, when it comes to knowledge explosion, you find there will be a number of people that will have, like let's say, different skills or different know-how. So in most cases, if you've got such, it becomes very, very much easier for you to understand fully about what will be involved in terms of the knowledge. I can give an example. Sometimes when it comes to a project, you need a finance consultant. You need an expert under finance. And it becomes easier for them to be able to understand fully about what is involved under finance. Then when it comes to the other one, in terms of, like, let's say we've got engineers, they've got maybe an engineering background, it'll be easier for them to look at the technical side of that project. Maybe this is construction of a bridge or construction of maybe, let's say, a third road. It will be easier for them to be able to consider the application of technical skills, engineering skills in the execution of activities in that given project. Okay, then the other one is corporate downsizing. So when it comes to project management, also allows you to be able to understand fully about how you can be able to manage, like let's say, issues to do with corporate downsizing. So sometimes, in fact, maybe you can do headcount. Sometimes you can look at maybe individuals who might be important in that organization or individuals who might not be important in that organization. So in most cases, in fact, you'll be able to plan as an organization, and at the end of the day, you'll be able to achieve and be able to make a great impact in terms of, like, let's say, that business. Then increase customer focus. Also, when it comes to project management, since you're looking at resources that will be allocated to a number of, like, let's say, activities, to a number of projects in that regard. So in most cases, what happens, you find that under customer focus, you wouldn't maybe spend much of your time looking at other things that do not relate to, like, let's say, what you believe in as a company, what you believe in as a manager. So in most cases, when you look at how a project is framed, in most cases, in fact, you'll be able to base much of your attention on areas that leads to issues to do with increasing focus on what customers want or what customers' needs are. And by doing that, automatically you find that you'll be able to do what? You'll be able to please your customers, you'll be able to please your subordinates, and in most cases, once you please your consumers or customers, then it means there's sustainability in terms of your business. So that's what happens in most cases. Okay. Okay, so let's try to look at now the next topic, which is project management process. So I think you remember in my preamble, in my introduction, I did allude to the fact that when it comes to project management, it looks at issues that governs projects, or let's say activities that leads to achievement of goals. So when it comes to project management process, in most cases there will be a number of stages that will be considered, or a number of stages that will be involved in terms of you being able to achieve the goals of that given project. So when we're talking about projects, I can give you an example. Even when you look at, like, our country, Zambia, I think we've seen a number of construction works in terms of, like, let's say, roads, in terms of airports, in terms of, like, bridges, in terms of also certain infrastructure. So those are some of the projects that the government has undertaken. then in most cases you need to be able to understand fully about what each and every project is all about. So when it comes to the project management process, we're looking at a number of key steps or stages that will be involved in the aspect of you being able to achieve, let's say, those objectives. So when it comes to the first stage, we're looking at the initial process, then the planning stage, the implementation stage, then controlling stage. Then the last one is what we call closing stage or closing level in terms of the project. Okay, so we can start by looking at the first stage, which is the initial stage. So under initiation process, this is a stage whereby now you're trying to look at you being able to formally identify the presence of a new project or the passing of the ongoing project, okay, to the next phase. So this phase in most cases relates to the project, to the ongoing work of the project organization. So that's what happens. So under the initiation process, you find in most cases, you find that as a company or as an organization, you're able now to understand fully about what is involved in terms of what you want to do. So I gave an example, like even when you look at the country Zambia, when they're trying to come up with a number of construction works in terms of constructing new roads, what happens, you find that as an organization, they're able now to initiate, okay, this stage, and it was easier for them to be able to look at how they would be able to do it. They would be able to deal with all these issues. So in most cases, when you look at this stage, it allows you now to be able to come up with ideas in terms of what you are intending to do. So in most cases, once you do that, automatically it becomes easier for you to know what should be involved in terms of that project. Okay, then once you know to say you want to undertake maybe a project of introducing maybe a new commodity as a market or as a company or as an organization. So what you would do in most cases, in fact, it will be easier for you to understand fully about what is involved. Then the next thing, in fact, we're looking at the planning stage. So project planning is one of the most significant activities, okay, management, because it includes activities that were not included earlier, as a result of which it contains more processes. So now, once you come up with those ideas, you need now to start planning. You need now to start looking at how are you going to make sure these things, they happen. So in most cases, that's why now you'll be encouraged to see how best you can look at issues to do with your improving in terms of like undertaking those activities. So when you look at the planning process, in most cases it has a significant, okay, touch in terms of you being able to achieve your goals, because in most cases sometimes in fact you lose out as a company or as an organization because it will be so difficult for you to know what is involved or what is required. So when it comes to project planning, you need to plan in terms of finances, in terms of resources, in terms of, like, let's say, key things that should be included in terms of, like, let's say, your project. So these things also relates much in terms of like what will be involved in your project. Then the next, okay, so then we can look at the implementation process or stage. Under this stage is where by now you're able to start doing the work. You make sure this work is done. You need to make sure this, at least now at this level, employees, or let's say staff members, or let's say the team members in that project are able now to start executing their duties, or maybe they're able now to practice. So by practicing now, we're looking at issues to do with you being able to consider action. If you're saying we need to construct a bridge, at this level now is whereby an organization will start now doing the construction works, because they would have already planned in terms of resources that they require, in terms of human resource, in terms of the location, in terms of the duration, in terms of like the information that is required in terms of that project. Then the other one is what we call controlling stage. This is whereby once you implement, quite alright, there will be issues that will arise, quite alright, there will be maybe problems that will arise. So how are you going to rectify that? You need to start now monitoring and be able to control, like, let's say, all those issues relating to like projects. Okay, then once you're done like controlling, then now you can be able to close the process. So when it comes to closing the process, this is now the end stage in terms of like the projects. Okay. Okay, so now let's proceed by looking at what a project is. I think you've heard a number of people looking at projects, a number of people discussing about what projects are all about. So maybe at this level we'll try by all means to look at projects in a detailed manner. So when it comes to projects, so in most cases, in fact, a project, it is a one-shot, time-tested, goal-oriented major undertaking requiring the commitment of various skills and resources. So it is a combination of human and non-human resources put together in a temporal organization to achieve specific objectives. Okay, so a goal in most cases, rather a project, it will involve a number of activities that will be aimed at achieving goals, or let's say achieving objectives as a company or as an organization. So a project in most cases, it is a package of time-bound, scheduled, okay, and assembled activities dedicated to the attainment of a specific objective of successful completion of work on time and within the allotted budget. So I think you've seen in most cases when it comes to a project, okay, it will involve issues to do with the time aspect, the time limit. Then there'll be issues to do with bringing, let's say, activities together, and also dedicated to the attainment of a specific objective of successful completion of work on time, and also within the allotted budget. Okay, then let's try to look at now the project characteristics. So each and every project will have certain traits, or let me just say certain not attributes, characteristics rather. So in most cases when it comes to each and every project, it will be unique in the sense that you need to look at what that project is all about, the nature of the project, what is involved in that project. So in most cases you find that's why it will be very, very much easier for you to understand fully what is involved in a project. So in terms of project characteristics, every project has a set of objectives or mission. So in most cases, in fact, each and every project needs to have a certain objectives or maybe mission, so whose achievement marks project completion. Then the other one you need to make sure is every project must have a project commencement and also completion time. Okay, then we have another one whereby a project may have a number of participants, then also a project calls for teamwork within a team members, of which may be team members coming from different organizations, professional backgrounds and regions. Okay, so this is what a project will be all about. Okay, then the next one, in fact, we're looking at every project. It is unique in the sense that it will have certain requirements, certain goals, certain resources that will be involved in terms of, like, let's say, that project. Then every project is also subject to change. Then a project is always customer specific because they stipulate the project requirements, and also every project requires teamwork. Okay. Then now let's try to look at this topic. Let's try to look at this topic, which is the types, or let's say forms of projects. So look at these projects, then I think maybe this may be our last topic for today. Then I think we'll be able to progress or proceed rather some other time. Okay, so when it comes to types of projects, you find that in most cases, like the way we put it earlier on, each and every project will be unique in some sort, and each and every project will have like certain features that will make them to stand out. Okay, so when it comes to projects, so when it comes to types of projects, I said there are quite a number of forms of projects. The first one is what we call new projects, then expansion projects, then modernization projects, diversification projects, then we have other projects. Then when it comes to these forms of projects, in most cases you find it becomes easier for you to understand each and every project, each and every activity. So in most cases, okay, so in most cases what happens, you find that as a company, if you look at maybe what you're trying to do, you find you'll be able to cluster that project under a certain area, or let's say form in that regard. So in most cases when it comes to types of projects, the first one is what we call new projects, then we have expansion projects, modernization projects, diversification projects, then we have what we call other projects. So when it comes to new projects, there are instances whereby a company will try to come up with something that is not in existence, something that is new, or maybe let's say something that is different in terms of, like, let's say what they are doing as a company. There are instances whereby you find a company, okay, will say now we need to come up with a new product or a product from scratch. So in fact, now they need to start putting resources together. They need to start planning in terms of that new project. And in most cases, these projects, they require critical monitoring and also controlling, because sometimes, in fact, since they are new, in most cases, in fact, it will be so difficult for an organization to be able to excel, or for an organization to be able to easily achieve its objective, because sometimes, in fact, these projects, they are very, very difficult to manage, because it's the first time that a company was able to consider or record such projects. Okay. Okay, so we can carry on. So we're looking at different forms of projects. So since now we're trying to look at new projects, we say these are projects whereby they've been like undertaken by the company for the first time. So in most cases, since they're done like for the first time, now it needs to be the company, or up to the company, to be able now to make a decision. So in most cases, when it comes to types of projects, in fact, these new projects, they involve also the aspect of you being able to do allocation of resources, you being able also to consider the aspect of, like, let's say, introducing new, or let's say things for the first time in terms of activities. So I gave an example, like when you look at Zambia, sometimes in fact they can take maybe or undertake a new project whereby they'll say we need to consider coming up with a nuclear plant. In fact, in Zambia, we've never seen any nuclear plant before. So it means now that project is coming to Zambia for the first time. Same applies to companies. There are instances whereby a company will be producing certain products, then they'll say, let's diversify, okay, and consider maybe us selling other products. So by doing that automatically, then it becomes easier for them to switch and start producing other products. Okay, then expansion projects, these are projects whereby as a company, you have already maybe been doing something, or maybe you've been producing certain products, you've been maybe engaging yourselves in certain activities which are already in existence, and at this level now you want to try and let's say expand these projects. Okay, so when it comes to expansion of these projects now, you're trying to see like in terms of what should be involved. So the magnitude is very much extensive in terms of expansion projects. Then there's modernization projects. So modernization projects is whereby now you're trying to adopt new technology, you're trying to adopt the new system or new systems in terms of you producing products, or you may be coming up with, let's say, new products in that regard. Okay, then the other one is diversification projects. There are instances whereby as a company or as an organization, you want to consider the aspect of having maybe a different or maybe numerous lines of products, whereby different products lines should be introduced in that company. I think we have clear-cut examples like in Zambia in terms of companies that have embraced the aspect of diversification. In terms of, like, let's say Zambia Sugar, whereby this company, it has embraced a number of products. Okay, it has also considered the aspect of introducing different products in that regard. So that's why in most cases when you look at modernization projects or diversification projects, it allows a company now to maximize on their profits. Then we have other projects. Under other projects, this is where by now you'll be able to find different projects. So I think you've seen even when it comes to other books, when it comes to types of projects, you'll find different projects, maybe long-term projects, short-term projects, you'll find industrial projects, a number of projects in that regard. So it just like depends with the nature of works that are involved, or maybe with the activities that are involved for each and every undertake. Okay. Okay, so we can look also at the levels of project analysis and decision making. So in most cases when it comes to project analysis and decision making, you find you're able to make this at international or national level, where investment plans are formulated, priorities among sectors are established. So at national level, like the example that I gave, whereby a country, Zambia, okay, would try by all means to come up with maybe a number of activities, a number of projects, then it becomes easier for them to be able to consider that sort of, like, let's say, doing a number of activities at national or state level. So like in the country called Zambia, I think you're able to cite certain critical examples of, like, let's say, national level projects. So in most cases when you look at national level, since you're involving, like, let's say, a lot of, like, let's say, companies, you're involving a lot of, like, let's say, organizations, you're involving also a lot of resources and also human resource. So in most cases this is why you need to understand fully about, like, what is involved in terms of project analysis and also decision making. So at national level, where investment plans are formulated, then there are also, like, priorities among sectors are established. Then at sectoral level, where priorities for investment within the sector are determined, and issues and also problems associated with the development of the sector are also considered. So in most cases when it comes to national level, these are projects whereby they are at a larger scale in terms of the local scenario. So in most cases in Zambia we can give examples, like, let's say, when it comes to agriculture, we had the FISIP, the Farmer Input Support Program. This is a project that was undertaken, or that is being undertaken under the Ministry of Agriculture to try and promote and foster agricultural activities. So in most cases what happens is that it becomes now easier for an organization, for a company to be able to understand fully about what is involved in that regard. Then at sector level, we have where priorities for investment within the sector are determined, and issues and problems associated with the development of the sector are also considered. Then at the project level, you find now we're trying to look at where individual projects are identified, prepared, and also implemented in that regard. Okay. Then when we meet next, we'll try by all means to look at now the facets of project analysis. So we'll discuss these facets of project analysis. So before I sum up my presentation, allow me to just like walk you through in terms of what we discussed today. Okay, so I said mostly under like the first unit, we are trying to look at issues to do with project management, of which we defined what project management is. Then we proceeded by looking at other topics in terms of project management. So when it comes to project management, like the way we put it, in most cases we said earlier that this is a discipline of planning, organizing, and managing resources to bring about successful completion of specific project goals and objectives. Okay. Then we also said project management looks at the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to project activities in order to meet or exceed stakeholder needs and expectations. Then we also looked at projects to say, in most cases, since we're trying to look at a number of issues surrounding projects, a number of issues surrounding how you can make it as a company. So this is why in most cases you need to understand fully about, let's say, these same projects. Okay. Then we have functions of project management. We did allude to the fact that project management plays a pivotal role in terms of organizations, in terms of growth of different nations, in different like let's say in different areas, in terms of different sectors or sectorial areas. Then when it comes to functions of project management, we looked at project definition, project planning, project control, and also the rest of the topics. Then we also looked at the importance of project management. So compression of product life cycle, we did discuss this in detail. Then we also looked at global competition, then knowledge explosion, then corporate downsizing, then increased customer focus. Then the next thing that we looked at is project management process. So we said there are 5 clear-cut processes or stages rather in project management. So the first stage is what we call initial or initiation process, whereby now you're trying to look at issues to do with you being able to look at you being able to look at issues to do with initiating the process in terms of the project that you want to undertake. Under this level is whereby now you come up with ideas, then it will be easier for you to be able to think of what you're supposed to do in that regard. Then we have planning process, then implementation process, then controlling process, then closing process. So all these, in fact, these are clear-cut stages that will be involved in project management process. So the first one, since we're looking at initiation, then the second one will look at planning process, whereby we'll be looking at how you can be able to plan as an organization, or in terms of you being able to achieve certain objectives and goals. Then implementation, whereby now you're able to apply that which you learned or that which you're able to do in that regard. Then controlling process, whereby now you can rectify a number of errors that may arise. Then closing process, this is whereby now you can be able to shut down all issues in terms of like you commissioning your project in that regard. Okay, so then we also looked at another topic whereby we looked at what a project is. We said in most cases this is a problem that is scheduled for a solution, or sometimes you are looking at interrelated activities that are time bound with the aspect of you being able to achieve a goal. And in most cases, it will also require you being able to consider the aspect of resources that can be channeled to this. Okay. Then project characteristics, in most cases, we look at every project will have certain unique factors or traits. So in most cases, like let's say every project must have a project commencement, completion. Every project should have a number of participants. Every project should have a team, or maybe should call for teamwork. Then every project should also set certain objectives and also missions. Then every project is unique. I think this one is non-debatable. Then every project is subject to change. Then a project is always customer specific because they stipulate the project requirements. Every project requires also teamwork. Then types of projects, I think we look at new projects, expansion projects, modernization projects, diversification projects, and also other projects. Then we also have levels of project analysis and decision making. So there's at national level, sectoral level, then project level, and the rest. So this is what we did today. We tried by all means to look at a number of key or clear-cut topics. So when we meet next, we'll try to look at the facets of project analysis. So we'll look at those in detail, we'll discuss them, and we also look at the practical side of project analysis in that regard. So thank you so much. God bless you all. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, students. Today we are going to discuss about research, nature, scope, objectives and motivation of research, types of research, research process, research design, concepts and steps in research design, types of research design. Meaning of research. Research refers to a search for knowledge. Research is an art of scientific investigation. So, in the name that suggests research. So, again, search for knowledge. Search for proof for knowledge. To understand the knowledge. To verify the knowledge. To prove the knowledge is called research. The Advanced Learner's Dictionary of Current English lays down the meaning of research as a careful investigation or inquiry, especially through search for new facts in any branch of knowledge. Some definitions. According to Martin Shuttleworth, research is any gathering of data, information and facts for the advancement of knowledge. Crusoe says that research is a process of steps that used to collect and analyze information to increase our understanding of a topic or issue. Purpose, aims, objectives of research. To understand clearly an observed phenomenon and explain its logic and reason for happening. To get insights about problem. So the research explains what the problem incites in it. To find the solutions for a problem. Normally, research are used to find the solutions for the problems. To test existing laws or theories. So, the research is used to check the laws and theories and proves the same results. To develop new ideas, concepts and theories. Research are used to develop new ideas and concepts and theories. To test hypothesis of a causal relationship between variables. So it used to find the relationship between the variables. To identify areas where research could make the difference. So research used to find the particular area where the difference makes. To predict future of events. So results used to guess the events which in future. Nature of research. It strives to be objective and logical. It is based on observable experience or empirical evidence. It is characterized by patient and unhurried activity. It demands accurate observations, reservations and descriptions. It is directed towards the solution of the problem. So, the research are motivated towards finding the solution of the problem. It is carefully recorded and reported, which means the collected information data in the research should carefully recorded and reported to the particular committee. It requires expertise. So only the expertise in the particular field can do the research. It involves gathering new data from primary or first-hand sources or using existing data for new purpose, which means the research collects new data from the primary sources and it uses the first-hand sources, which means at first it is using the existing data which are available for a research. Features of research. It means the discovery of new knowledge to finding the new knowledge is essentially an investigation. Normally, the research is an inquiry to investigate something, to finding a new, is related with the solution of a problem. Also, research wants to find the solution for the particular problem. It is based on observation on experimental evidences. It is used to observe and analyze the evidences. It demands accurate observation on experimentation. In research, the researchers try to find out answers for unsolved questions. Normally, research is considered to find the answers for unsolved questions. It should be carefully recorded and reported. So, the gathered informations are recorded and reported to the particular committee. Scope of research. Scope of research includes 3 levels: environmental level, organizational level, and marketing level. In environmental level, there are technological innovations, competitors analysis, industry fears, new market entry, and new product development. So, in the technological innovations, the research is conducted to know and adapt in the technological innovations, and it's analyzing the development in machines, materials, material handlings, and the techniques which are used in the machines for an organization. Competitors analysis. The research is conducted to know the competitors' strategies and their strength and weakness, so that an organization can make the better strategies to competing the competitors and survival in the market. Industry fears. The research is conducted to analyze or to search the opportunity growth for or the sources of opportunities in organization, which means the research here is conducted due to the extinction of raw materials. For example, the stock level of petroleum and coal. So, if the petroleum or the coals, these are the raw materials for the automobile industries. If these are the factors or the sources are extinct, then the automobile industries change for innovation. The examples for the solution for the above example is to find the electric cars or the cars driven by CNG gases and etc. New market entry. Before entering into the new market, we have to, the research has to analyze the potential, market potential and commercial feasibility and the buying capacity of the consumers in the particular market. New product developments. So, before developing the market, The research is conducted to the consumers' taste, size and preferences and colors and what they are expecting and what they are requiring for fulfilling the product. Organizational level. It includes human resource management, finance, production, organizational effectiveness and success. So, human resource management. It relates to effectively, productivity and effectiveness, and it increases the satisfaction level of employees. So, the research is conducted to whether the employees are satisfied at the full level or not, and it's used to increase the productivity by motivating the departments. Finance. Here the research is conducted in various departments to reducing the loss and increase the profit or maximize the profit. Production. In production department, the research is conducted whether all the resources are utilized properly or not, and in inventory management, whether the stockages are properly maintained or not. To plan for the highest production and to meet the customer's demand, and to check to utilize the machines at its highest use, so that, and also it reduces the manufacturing cost and increase the product's price or profit or increase the revenues. Organizational effectiveness and success. So here the research is conducted for management level and administration level, also changes the rules and laws and policies which the organization needs for improvement, so that the existing policies, the rules and laws will be changed as per the research results. Marketing level. There are product, price, place, promotion, sales and customer. So, in marketing level, in the product design or the product size, and it analyzes the labeling and packaging whether to change or not, or to develop the designs or what. Price. It describes the pricing strategies in the market, how other competitors fixed the price, and how to get the raw materials at cheaper price for giving the competitive price in the market. So here the developing of pricing strategies also involved. And place. Whether the place is best satisfaction for customers and an organization or not. So here the research also involves where the raw materials are available or getting cheaper for the organization. So here the place is selected based on the research results. Promotion. Here the research is conducted or analyzed for giving advertisements and for giving discounts. Sales. In sales, the research is conducted to evaluating the sales performance, and it gives the training for how to achieve the sales target. Customer. When the time changes, also the customer preferences changes. So at the trend, the research is conducted for analyzing the customers' buying capacities and customers' buying trends, so that it gives the result to the management to achieving the customer satisfaction and customer's requirement, what the customer is expecting from the product and what they are required to them. Qualities of a good research. A research is a wide task and it requires great efforts for a researcher. A good research should have the following qualities. Method of approach. The researcher should adopt correct course of action for identifying a problem and then for working on it to find a solution for that problem. So, this is a good quality of a good research. So, a researcher should identify a problem to find the solution. Knowledge. The researcher must have the proper knowledge about what he is going to research so that he can getting the good ideas about the research from himself. The researcher should have complete knowledge and information of the field of investigation so that he can go in for correct planning and then application of the correct and efficient methods for selection of the problem and then for solving it. Qualification. The researcher should have a good background of study which will facilitate the researcher to have a better knowledge and understanding of the project. So, having a qualification is very important for selecting the particular area in his subject background. Motivation. The researcher must be motivated to perform his work. For that, he should have a proper attitude, vision of his own and an aim with some objectives to achieve something. Perseverance means to carry on work strongly even though there are certain problems and difficulties in carrying out work. So, a researcher, when doing a research, he have to face so many challenges. So, when a perseverance researcher, he never leave the research. Always moves on towards achieving the result in the research. As a researcher should be stable and must have consistent thinking. Communication skills. Good communication skills are required by researcher as he can interact with respondents efficiently and understand their opinions. So, communication skill is very important to the researcher so that he can understand the opinions and give the solutions to the respondents. Organizational skills. Researcher should use time management techniques so that work can be completed on time. So, the researcher must schedule his research activities so that he can complete the research at the time and at the estimated time. Whereas, maintaining budget, keeping records, filing necessary documents, keeping paper cuttings is needed to carry on work successfully. Business research. What is business research? To analyze or collecting or getting the information of all the areas of business and using such information for maximization of the sales in the business is called research. So, business research is to find the information, to find the correct data which maximize the profit, which maximize the sales of business. Business research refers to systematic collection and analysis of data with the purpose of finding answers to problems that facing management. It can be carried out with the objective to explore, to describe, or to diagnose a phenomenon. It involves establishing objectives and gathering relevant information to obtain the answer to a business issue, and it can be conducted to answer a business related question such as what is the target market of my product. Business research can also be used to solve a business related problem such as determining how to decrease the amount of excess inventory on hand. When deciding whether business research is to be conducted or not, the firm keeps in mind factors like the availability of data, time constraints, and the value of the research information to the company. Adequate planning and information gathering are essential to derive results for business. Types of research. Research may be broadly classified as fundamental and applied research, descriptive and analytical research, or quantitative and qualitative research, or conceptual and empirical research. Fundamental and applied research. Fundamental research is mainly concerned with generalization with the formulation of a theory. It is a research concerning principles or laws or rules. It aims at the achievement of knowledge and truth. So, the fundamental research should give the results in the knowledge and truth which are already existing. Research studies that concentrating on some natural phenomenon or relating to pure mathematics are examples of fundamental research. It aims at some theoretical conclusions. It may verify the old theory or establish a new one. So, the applied research or the fundamental research proves the old theory or ensures the old theory or establishes a new concept. It tries to explain the cause and effect relationship in social phenomena. It is essentially positive and not normative. That is, it explains the phenomena as they are and not as they should be. Applied research is concerned with the solution of particular problems. It aims at finding a solution for an immediate problem that facing a society or an industrial organization. It is empirical and practical. So, the applied research is finding a solution for an immediate problem which the society is facing. So, it wants to give or it proves that it finds the solution for the immediate problem that society is facing. It is concerned with applied aspects of life. Research to identify social, economic or political trends that may affect a particular institution or the marketing research are examples of applied research. descriptive research and analytical research. In the descriptive research, the researcher has no control on the research or the variables. He just gives the report that what has happened and what is happening. Descriptive research includes survey and fact that finding inquiries of different kinds. It describes the state of affairs as it exists at present. The researcher has no control over the variables. He can only report what has happened or what is happening. In analytical research, one has to use facts or information that are already available and analyze these to make a critical evaluation of the material. Quantitative research and qualitative research. Quantitative research is a collection and acquiring of numeric variables that used in calculate averages, patterns, and wider in populations. Quantitative research is applicable to phenomena that are measurable so that they can be expressed in terms of quantity. Qualitative research. Qualitative research is concerned with qualitative phenomena, which means the research designed to find out how people feel or what they think about a particular subject is a qualitative research. So it describes the quality, how the consumers are behaving with the product, how they feel with the quality of a product, what they are expecting, what they are requiring in the particular product. So this is qualitative research. Qualitative research is especially important in the behavioral sciences, where the aim is to discover underlying motives of human behavior. So, the qualitative research is the reason for product design and product change and product development. They analyze the consumer requirements. Conceptual research and empirical research. Conceptual research is that related to some abstract ideas or theory. It is generally used by philosophers and thinkers to develop new concepts or to interpret existing ones. Empirical research relies on existing or observation alone. It is data-based research coming out with conclusions that are capable of being verified by observation or experiment. It can be experiment research. In empirical research, the researcher has to first set up a hypothesis or guess as to the probable results. He then works out to get enough facts to prove or disprove his hypothesis. Process of research. However, the following order concerning various steps provides a useful procedural guideline regarding the research process. Formulating the research problem, extensive literature survey, development of working hypothesis, preparing the research design, determining sample design, collecting the data, execution of the project, analysis of data, hypothesis testing, generalizations and interpretation, preparation of the report or presentation of the results. Example, formal write-up of conclusions reached. First one is formulating the research problem. There are two types of research problem. Those which relates to states of nature and those which relate to relationships between variables. At the very outset, the researcher must single out the problem that he wants to study. He must decide the general area of interest or aspect of a subject matter that he would like to inquire into. So, the researcher must decide or must select the particular area that he interests and that he should be in his subject or the educational background. Initially, the problem may be stated in a broad general way and then the ambiguities, if any relating to the problem, be resolved. Then the feasibility of a particular solution has to be considered before a working formulation of the problem can be set up. The formulation of a general topic into a specific research problem thus constitutes the first step in a scientific inquiry. Extensive literature survey. Once the problem is formulated, a brief summary of it should be written down. It is compulsory for a research worker writing a thesis for a PhD degree to write synopsis of a topic and submit it to the necessary committee or the research board for approval. Development of working hypothesis. After extensive literature survey, researcher should state in clear terms the working hypothesis or hypothesis. Working hypothesis is tentative assumption that made in order to draw out and test its logical or empirical consequences. As such, the manner in which research hypotheses are developed is particularly important since they provide the focal point for research. Preparing the research design. The research problem having been formulated in clear out terms, the researcher will be required to prepare a research design. He will have to state the conceptual structure within which research would be conducted. The preparation of such a design facilitates research to be as efficient as possible, yielding maximal information. In other words, the function of research design is to provide for the collection of relevant evidence with minimal expenditure of effort, time and money. But how all these can be achieved depends mainly on the research purpose. Research purposes may be grouped into 4 categories. The categories are exploration, description, diagnosis and experimentation. A flexible research design which provides opportunity for considering many different aspects of a problem that is considered appropriate if the purpose of the research study is that of exploration. But when the purpose happens to be an accurate description of a situation or of an association between variables, the suitable design will be one that minimizes bias and maximizes the reliability of the data collection and analyzed. Determining sample design. All of the items under consideration in any field of inquiry constitute a universe or population. A complete enumeration of all the items in the population is known as a census inquiry. It can be presumed that in such an inquiry, when all the items are covered, no element of chance is left and highest accuracy is obtained. But in practice, this may not be true. Collecting the data. In dealing with any real-life problem, it is often found that data at hand are inadequate and hence it becomes necessary to collect data that are appropriate. There are several ways of collecting the appropriate data which differ considerably in context of money cost, time and other resources at the disposal of the researcher. Execution of the project. Execution of the project is a very important step in the research process. If the execution of the project proceeds on correct lines, the data to be collected would be adequate and dependable. The researcher should see that the project is executed in a systematic manner and in time. So the project will be executed in the correct time. If the survey is to be conducted by means of structured questionnaires, data can be readily machine processed. Analysis of data. After the data have been collected, the researcher turns to the task of analyzing them. The analysis of data requires a number of closely related operations such as establishment of categories, the application of these categories to raw data through coding, tabulation and then drawing statistical inferences. Coding operation is usually done at this stage through which the categories of data is transformed into symbols and that may be tabulated and counted. Tabulation. Tabulation is a part of the technical procedure wherein the classified data are put in the form of tables. Analysis. Analysis work of tabulation is generally based on the computation of various percentages, coefficients, etc. by applying various well-defined statistical formulae. Hypothesis testing. After analyzing the data as stated above, the researcher is in a position to test the hypothesis, if any, he had formulated earlier. Do the facts support the hypothesis or they happen to be contrary? This is the usual question which should be answered while testing hypotheses. Generalizations and interpretation. If a hypothesis is tested and upheld several times, it may be possible for the researcher to arrive at generalization. Example, to build a theory As a matter of fact, the real value of research lies in its ability to arrive at certain generalizations. Preparation of the report or the thesis. Finally, the researcher has to prepare the report of what has been done by him. Writing of report must be done with great care, keeping in view of the following. The layout of the report should be as follows. The preliminary pages, the main text, and the end matter. The preliminary pages should carry the title and date that followed by acknowledgements and forward. And the main text of the report should have introduction, summary of findings, main report and conclusion. Introduction. It should contain a clear statement of the objective of the research and explanation of the methodology adopted in accomplishing the research. Summary of findings. After writing the introduction, there would appear a statement of findings and the recommendations that should be in non-technical language. Main report. This is the main body of the report that should be presented in logical sequence and broken down into readily identifiable sections. Next, the conclusion. Towards the end of the main text, the researcher should again put down the results of his research clearly and precisely. Next, the end matter. At the end of the report, appendices should be enlisted in respect of all technical data and bibliography, list of books, journals, reports, and where you took the information from the sources. Research design. A research design is the arrangement of conditions for collection and analysis of data in a manner that aims to combine relevance to the research purpose with economy in procedure. It constitutes the blueprint for the collection, measurement, and analysis of data. In keeping the above stated design decisions, one may split the overall research design into the following parts. The sampling design, which deals with the method of selecting items to be observed for the given study. The above observational design, which relates to the conditions under which the observation is to be made. The statistical design, which concerns with the question of how many items are to be observed and how the information and data gathered are to be analyzed. The operational design, which deals with the techniques by which the procedures specified in the sampling, statistical and observational design can be carried out. Significance of research design. It may lead in the desired type of study with useful conclusions. It may lead to more accurate results or help to reduce inaccuracy. It may lead to optimum efficiency and reliability. It may minimize the wastage of time and beating about the bush. It may minimize the uncertainty, confusing and practical hazards associated with the research problem. It may be helpful for the collection of research material and testing of hypotheses. A research design is a guidepost for research direction. Types of research design. There are different types of research designs. They may be broadly categorized as exploratory research design, descriptive and diagnostic research design, and hypothesis testing research design. First one is exploratory research design. The exploratory research design is known as formulative research design. The main objective of using such a research design is to formulate a research problem for an in-depth or more precise investigation, or for developing a working hypothesis from an operational aspect. The major purpose of such studies is the discovery of ideas and insights. Therefore, such a research design is suitable for such a study should be flexible enough to provide opportunity for considering different dimensions of the problem under study. Descriptive and diagnostic research design. A descriptive research design is concerned with describing the characters of a particular individual or a group. Meanwhile, a diagnostic research design that determines the frequency with which a variable occurs or its relationship with another variable. In other words, the study analyzing whether a certain variable is associated with other comprises a diagnostic research study. On the other hand, a study that is concerned with specific predictions or with the narration of facts and characters related to an individual, group or situation are instances of descriptive research studies. The research design must also make appropriate provision for protection against bias and thus maximize reliability. With due regard to the completion of the research study in an economical manner. The research design in such studies should be rigid and non-flexible. Besides, it must also focus attention on the following: formulation of the objectives of the study, proper designing of the methods of data collection, sample selection, data collection, processing and analysis of the collected data, and reporting the findings. Third one is hypothesis testing research design. Hypothesis testing research designs are those in which the researcher tests the hypothesis of causal relationship between two or more variables. These studies require procedures that would not only decrease bias and enhance reliability, but also facilitate deriving inferences about the causality. Generally, experiments satisfy such requirements. Hence, when research design is discussed in such studies, it often refers to the design of experiments.